So I would like to call this council meeting on January the 29th, 2025 to order, and I would ask Will Short, Regional Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you. Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris. Present. Councillor Hunick, I think might already be downstairs. Yeah, Councillor James.
Present.
We have regrets from Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe. Present. Councillor Nowak.
Present.
Councillor Solonen. Councillor Shantz. Councillor Ravanovic. Here. Councillor Williams, I think, is online. Yep. And Councillor Wolf. Present. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'm here. My camera is just the wrong way.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Chinook peoples. In doing this, I want to reflect what it means to be doing important community work like we are engaging in collectively today, and also my own personal relationship to this land. As a settler, one of the most important aspects of my individual journey towards truth and reconciliation has been to listen, and I am continually grateful that the community shares their stories and concerns with me. As well as chair of the region, I know I carry a large responsibility to ensure that it is not just myself on an individual level listening and acting, but that as a government we are listening and creating action in the community. I am offering this acknowledgement as one of my many actions that I am personally in the region largely is taking in our journey towards reconciliation. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. I would now entertain a motion to go into closed, and we will be going into closed to receive advice on a subject to solicitor-client privilege related to personnel manager matters and an identifiable individual and a proposed acquisition of land by the municipality. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor James. Please use your e-scribe to vote. And if you haven't logged on, those in favor? Thank you, colleagues. That is carried. We will see you in the Waterloo Colleagues, I would now entertain a motion to reconvene in open session. Moved by Councillor Shant, seconded by Councillor Harris. Please use your e-scribe to cast your ballot. Colleagues, that is carried. So good evening, everyone. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge today is National Day of Remembrance and Action Against Islamophobia in order to commemorate the Quebec City mosque attack. This year will mark the 7th anniversary of that tragic night, and today, January 29th, serves as a reminder of the work we must do to eradicate Islamophobia, hate, and racism in Canada. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest under the Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, it is my privilege on behalf of Regional Council to present 2 prestigious awards this evening to individuals who have made a lasting and positive impact on the residents of Waterloo Region through their many contributions to this community. The first presentation is of the Ontario Senior of the Year Certificate. This award recognizes people over the age of 65 who enriched life, socially, culturally, and civic life in their community. This year's recipient is Giselle Holst, a longtime volunteer with the Region of Waterloo Museums and a woman of many talents. Her passion for all forms of handiwork, cooking, and baking has enhanced the visitors' experience to the museums. In over a decade, Giselle has donated more than 1,600 volunteer hours in a variety of roles. She has helped to deliver workshops on wood stove cooking, baking, and the art of weaving. She also volunteered her sewing skills to help with new exhibits and spent many hours on the volunteer baking crew, preparing baked goods for the museum's special occasion programs. Please join me in applauding Giselle's many contributions to this community and in congratulating her on receiving the Ontario Senior of the Year Award. She don't want to say anything. The next award to be presented is the Jack Young Civic Award. This award recognizes individuals in the region of Waterloo who exemplify the high standards of political and civic life. It is named after the first regional chair who was charged with leading the transition from the former county-city system to the regional system. Jack Young provided steady and strong leadership to a community that has achieved many successes. The award was created to honor him and to remind us that public service is and can be a noble and rewarding calling. Today, we award 4 individuals with this honor, and we are very pleased that they can all be with us here tonight to be recognized. Some of us around the council table have been privileged to serve alongside these people. 3 of them are former colleagues on regional council. The other worked closely with the region for many years. Combined, these recipients have provided nearly a century of understanding public service to the residents of this community. They are Sean Strickland, Tom Galloway, Elizabeth Clark, and Mary Jane Patterson. I would like to speak briefly about the contributions of each recipient, and I would start with Sean Strickland. Over the span of 2 decades, Sean's tenure in public service has had a lasting and positive impact on Waterloo Region's development, governance, and community well-being. During his time as chair of the region's Administration and Finance Committee and Budget Committee, Sean was an exceptional leader with the ability to balance competing interests, find consensus, and make difficult decisions. He helped to ensure that the continued delivery of essential services was maintained while a fiscal sustainability was also maintained in an increasingly complex and economic landscape that was shifting. On the Budget Committee and through the other committees and regional initiatives, Sean consistently advocated for policies that supported community growth, economic development, and the well-being of all residents. Sean, I would like to meet you at the podium and give you your award.
So turn the mic on. Not to turn the mic on. I was going to say that I am not used to speaking from this podium after all of the years at Regional Council. You can tell because I didn't turn the mic on. But anyways, I'd like to say a few words in recognition of this honor. And I'd like to thank my nominator very much. I'd like to thank Chair Redmond, Regional Council, my wife Jill, who has stood by me and with me for 34 years, my children and extended family are here this evening. And of course, all those volunteers and donors who worked on my campaigns over the years and the numerous colleagues that I served with. Hard to believe it was 31 years ago, 1994, when I was first elected to school board, followed by my election to City of Waterloo and Regional Council in 1997. They say time flies, and apparently, so did my hair. I always thought it was important to inject a little bit of humor in these chambers, mostly at my own expense. The odd dad joke didn't hurt anyone, because what happens here and the decisions that are made are serious and are impactful on our community. It was important, I thought, to have some fun, but make sure you kept your eye on the ball and got the work done. If you would have told my younger self that I would be standing here today as a recipient of the Jack Young Award, quite frankly, I would not have believed you. When I ran for public office, and I ran and lost a couple of times before I finally got elected, my aim and objective, like each of you on council today, was to serve our community. There is no long-term plan to stay elected for over 25 years, because every few years, if you are so inclined, you get to run again. And we all know how much fun that is. And it's up to the voter, the citizen, to decide your fate, and along with it, in some ways, the future of our community. Politics is hard. Local politics is hard. Most come in with energy and new ideas and enthusiasm, and over time, if you're not careful, that idealism can turn into cynicism. For me, I always tried to stay true to fiscal conservatism and social responsibility. Keep taxes low, but invest in people. Invest in community. Play the long game. And don't get distracted by social media, negativity, and pessimism. Much easier said than done. We all know this to be very true. I wish this council and all successive councils the best as you are faced with the challenges and opportunities this great community presents. And may your decisions be guided by thoughtfulness and respect for all of our citizens. My humblest of thanks to the citizens of the City of Waterloo and the broader region of Waterloo for affording me the opportunity to serve them. Thank you to Regional Council for this very nice honor. Thank you.
You may. This is a very trustworthy crowd, and I'm sorry, Sean, that is a box for the award. There's no chocolates in there. So the next person I would have to say would probably, if I said onward to Cambridge, everybody would think of Tom Galloway, because it was one of his parting videos when we talked about phase 2 of the ION. Tom's tenure as a regional councillor spanned 30 years and saw him involved in key decisions and initiatives that helped drive the region's growth, prosperity, and quality of life. He was a steadfast advocate for public transportation, active transit, and environmental sustainability. Tom's work on these and other important files has left an indelible mark on the region of Waterloo's development, creating lasting benefits for current and future generations. Tom is so committed to active transportation that since retiring, he's gotten 2 knees, I understand. And this is not why you're receiving this award tonight, Tom, but Tom and I actually started out together, and we shared a volunteer. We were both running for school boards. I was running for the public school board. Tom, true to his religion, was running for the separate school board, and our Rhonda, our shared volunteer, would go up every driveway and then decide whether it was a separate or public school supporter and put the literature in, and who knew, Tom, that we would still be here today. So, Tom, please come to the podium and accept your award.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to say I hope everybody noticed what tie I'm wearing. And I do this in honor of Sue Morgan. Many of you would have known Sue. She's passed on. But she got me this tie, custom made for me for the opening of the ION. So I thought I would honor her tonight and wear it again. And Madam Chair, you've taken some of my thunder. I had it in my remarks about us sharing volunteers, but anyways, I'll skip that part and move on. I too, like Sean, find it somewhat interesting to be on this side of the podium. It's not very often that you're on this side of the podium, but I do remember being on this side of the podium for the first time in 1992. When I was a member of Kitchener City Council, a ward councillor. I came here to delegate to talk about the Homer Watson project before it was widened to 4 lanes. And I remember very clearly that my experience here that night was not as pleasant as the one tonight, because Mayor Joe Martins, and you would know him, said, Mr. Councillor from Kitchener, you should stay in your lane. Homer Watson is a regional road. But Joe and I became good friends, good political friends, after I came here. And if anybody you knew Joe, he was quite the character, the mayor of North Dumfries. I want to thank the Jack Young Committee. I was on the Jack Young Committee. Everybody wants to be on the Jack Young Committee. You only meet once every 2 years. It's a great committee to be on, but I want to thank the committee for selecting me. I didn't really clue into the fact that my two council colleagues were, in fact, the three of us were the standing committee chairs at the end of the last term of office. Community Services, Admin and Finance, and Planning and Public Works, although, Colleen, you've changed the name of that now, which I think is a good thing. And I can remember the times that the three of us conspired or worked together. Collaborated is a better word, particularly on the budget, and got things moving along in that regard. And Mary Jane, MJ, I remember conspiring with you too when you were looking for grant money for REAP. And I thought it was brilliant what we came up with. We decided that we wouldn't ask to get an operating grant from REAP from the operating budget. We would ask to get it from the water utility. And it was a whole lot easier getting it from the water utility than getting it from the operating budget. I thought it was brilliant. Oh, not supposed to say that? Oh, okay. I want to thank a number of people. I'm very fortunate to have my mother here. Marie is here tonight. We're celebrating her 100th birthday. Her 100th birthday in June of this year. So we're starting the planning, but she said, Tom, don't book a room that you can't cancel. I don't think we'll need to be canceling it. She was my campaign manager emeritus for all my campaigns, and she would tell everyone, only vote for Tom. You don't have to vote for all four people. And I think you politicians understand what that means. When there's multiple names on a ballot, only vote for the one. So that was her job. And Dorothy is gone. She did talk to my mom tonight. My mom is now her campaign manager emeritus at a retirement home in Waterloo. And Dorothy does visit her from time to time. And I appreciate that. I started I want to thank my family. I started my political career in 1988 when my 5 children were aged 7 to 16. 4 of the 5 are here tonight, and some of the grandchildren, so I appreciate them being here. And as you can imagine, I missed some birthdays. I missed some events, games, and competitions. And I've had great family support, and my late wife, Anne-Marie, was my biggest supporter. Before every election, I would tell her that I was thinking of not running again, which she would quickly laugh and say, Tom, you know you're going to do it, and it's okay. And even in her last days, she told me to run at least one more time. She knew that I would need that. I also want to thank all my political colleagues over the years, the school board. I started out the school board. Karen stole my thunder about us using common volunteers. You go to the public school house, you go to the separate school house. It worked really well, Karen. It worked really well. It was very efficient. And I don't know if you remember this part, though, Karen. In 1992, I phoned you. And you were still on the school board. I was now on city council. And I informed you that there might be a vacancy coming up on Kitchener Council and that you should consider it. And you did. And you got your city start at that time. I also want to thank Ken Sealing. Ken wanted to be here today. He was planning to be here, but this morning he had to fly to Whitehorse to meet his 13th grandchild. Who came just the other night. And he was planning on being here flying on Friday, but the baby didn't wait, and so he's not here tonight. But I consider Ken a mentor. When the phone rang at my house at 11 or 11:30 at night, I knew who was calling. We had a reciprocal agreement that we could call anytime, and those conversations went on often into the wee hours of the morning. And you can imagine how much work can get done at that time of day when you're not distracted from anything else. I also have some friends here tonight, and I got a lot of friends that have supported me through all the years. I can't mention them all, but one I do want to mention, some of you know him, Rick Weinstein. Rick has been with me from day one. Sometimes people ask, what are the things you're most proud of? And I say, well, at the City of Kitchener, I'm most proud of the Huron Natural Area, where when I was a school trustee, we started that project, continued it on through my time at the City of Kitchener, and then fortunately, when son Michael and then daughter Kelly became Kitchener councillors, they carried the project on. So the family has quite an investment in that particular project. Here at the region, the two things I would mention are the smoking bylaw. It was a lot of fun. Full house till 2 in the morning, I don't know how many times, people screaming at us, but in the end, it was the right thing to do. And other municipalities followed. We were the first in the province, other municipalities followed, and then finally, the province got the courage to do it province-wide after all the blood had been cleaned up from the various council chambers. The other thing I would most proud of is the regional growth management strategy. And of course, you're aware that the cornerstones of that is the countryside line and rapid transit. It has worked so well for our community. And I know that municipal planning, the regime is now changing, but I would implore you to maintain the major tenets of the RGMS. It's so important to the future of our community. Now, to be honest, I don't miss being here very often. I'm glad to be here tonight, however. The province continues to make local politics more difficult and less attractive. How are the homelessness and affordable housing issues to be abated, let alone solved on the backs of the property taxpayer? You have talked about this, and I know that the AMO and others are working on that. Property tax is never intended for these purposes. I don't envy the myriad of issues and financial pressures you have to deal with, but please keep the faith and stay the course. The work of local councils is so important and closest to the people. And in that regard, a final message, as politics globally is becoming more and more, people are becoming more and more cynical about our politics. In a world which our political institutions are now being driven by such wanton lust for power and self-interest and parochial preoccupation, such as evidenced south of the border. I'm making my political statement now. South of the border, in yesterday's election announcement in Toronto, and certain elements of our federal political landscape, local municipal politics must more now than ever stand as a bastion of integrity, fairness, compassion, and for the good of all the people. Good luck in your future deliberations. Thanks for your service, and thanks again for this honor tonight.
Thanks, Tom. The next recipient of the Jack Young Civic Award is Elizabeth Clark. With over 23 years of service in her community, Elizabeth is a leader, an advocate for women and families, and a proud feminist who sought to develop and grow others, both in her role as CEO of YWKW and in her role with Regional Council. She was committed to the YW-led Municipal Campaign School, which aimed to bring more women representation to local government. Elizabeth was also a valuable resource to her regional colleagues and community, and she provided advocacy through her steadfast and evidence-based decision-making. And I know many a committee or council meeting, Elizabeth and I would look at each other when I was at Habitat for Humanity and she was at the Y, and we'd say, well, how many conflicts of interest did you have this week? Because there were so many ways that what you did in your day job overlapped with what you did at Regional Council. Elizabeth, we still miss you. You were a shining beacon to the community and to Regional Council. Please come forward and accept your award.
I was always very well prepared for council meetings. I took pride in that. I actually read all the reports, except sometimes for the 600-page reports that Planning and Works used to give us, and we had 3 days to read them. I did tend to skim those a little bit. I'm not very well prepared for awards because I didn't get any remarks ready at all. Tom and Sean always did talk a lot more than I did, so that's probably not a surprise to you. I was so floored, actually, to get the call from Karen's saying that I had been selected for this amazing award, and I felt very unworthy because I had recently written a letter of support for Tom's award, so I felt the people that received these awards were way up here, not down here, like figuratively, not literally. So I don't have any words of wisdom to share, but to thank council very much. Those of you that I had the opportunity to work with, it was just a huge pleasure and always an honor. And I do want to thank regional staff who really made the work possible. And I always felt completely supported by the staff and appreciated open doors and answers to whatever questions I had, and I always had many. And before I go, I will thank my family, some of whom are here today. My husband, Peter, also known as my sign guy during my campaigns, and my son, Patrick, who was also known as my leaflet and door-knocking guy, and my son, Trevor, who didn't help at all. I'm not sure why I invited him tonight. And Grace and Melissa, my son's partners, thanks for coming out, and thanks again.
Our final recipient of the Jack Young Civic Award tonight is Mary Jane Patterson. Many of you know Mary Jane as a staunch environmental supporter in Waterloo region, but before she worked behind the scenes in TV and the film industry. She later enrolled in environmental studies and led the development of REAP Green Solutions, a leading local charity that helps people live more sustainably. Mary Jane was also a major contributor to the community's climate action strategy, through which consensus was achieved on future greenhouse gas reduction targets for the region of Waterloo. She spearheaded the Transform Waterloo R plan as an achievable pathway to reach those targets, which established not only the detailed set of action items, but also created accountability around those actions. It is rare that you have somebody that has Mary Jane's vision as well as her ability to execute a plan. Thank you and congratulations to Mary Jane and all the Jack Young Civic Award recipients for your contributions and your service. And not one of you has necessarily mentioned the mentorship that you have provided to our community, to young people and to people who were thinking that they might be a leader in the community. So to all of you, I want to say thank you very much for that. Mary Jane, when I delivered my first inaugural speech in 2018 as chair, I referenced you as one of the people that I hoped young women in this community would emulate and would sort of shoot the moon and try to be you when they grew up. So Mary Jane, it is with great pleasure that I ask you to come forward to accept your award.
Well, this is my side of the podium. I have been here many times. Thank you very much for this award and the meaning behind it. I read about Jack Young, and I see who the other recipients are, people that I've worked with and have supported REAP in the past. And Tom, we have indeed strategized together. That was so helpful to us when we did that. So I am honored to receive this award. I have been here at council many times in the past and have always received such a warm welcome and brought that back to the REAP team. You have always asked good questions that helped us tell more about our work and commented on it and shared your experience with our programs. And sometimes we would float out of here, especially if it was a tough time for environmental issues. It was so meaningful to us to hear your appreciation of REAP Green Solutions' work in the community. And we would take it back and share it with our colleagues. So I want to thank Council for that warm welcome, always. And also thank some of the REAP team that are here tonight, our Chair of the Board, Michelle Watson, and REAP's Energy Manager, Lisa, and now at Conestoga, but also on the energy program before, Sydney, the voice of REAP. And my Kitchener family, the shared household that welcomed me 26 years ago when I moved here. I'm so glad you're able to be here too. And also Kate Hagerman, who was very instrumental in the Climate Action Plan as well when she was working here at the region. I've had a chance many times while I waited for my turn to come to watch council in action. And I've always been impressed with the complexity of the issues and how councillors listened to so many people very patiently, people filled with passion about what they want to see, and asked good questions to find out more, disagreed respectfully, and came to decisions with the best information that you had. And that's always been my experience here and made me grateful for all of you who stepped forward to serve in public office. And it's always been wonderful to see the commitment at the region, on staff and on council, and from the leadership down to taking action on climate change. At a time when it seems to me that upper levels of government undo each other's work and may not even be able to say the words climate change, and make it more difficult for local government. I am so glad and so grateful for the commitment that you have shown to taking action on climate change, to giving stellar staff support to that work and funding. And I want to say, stay the course. And also, thank you again very much for this honor.
So please join me again in one round of applause for all of our award recipients tonight and for the Jack Young Civic Award winners. Remember, this is a century of dedication to improving life in the region of Waterloo, to live, work, and play for residents who live here now and for those in the future. Congratulations to all of you, and we are in your debt. Okay, so I have a script here and I wasn't reading it, so we're all going to get together for a group picture. I guess where I presented you with your award. So just in the front of the horseshoe. I'm going to? Okay.
Sue, I'm just going to stand behind you.
Okay. Where's the bobbleheads? You should have brought your bobbleheads. I would have loved that.
So I have been instructed by Tom, this is where I say, you are all welcome to stay for the rest of the council meeting, but if you choose to leave, we will not think poorly of you. So if anybody wants to leave,
And that's where we say, Madam Chair, thank you very much for the invitation, but we'll see you next time.
I think we'll give a couple of minutes because it seems like the gallery is clearing out, oddly enough.
This way. This way's the ramp. This way's the ramp. You got it, Brown? Yes. Okay. Stay right there, right up.
So colleagues, we'll resume our council meeting. We are in receipt of a petition to oppose a 17-story apartment building behind homes on West Meadow Drive. We have received that for information. Everybody should be in receipt of that electronically. Delegations, we have 2 this evening, and I would like to remind the delegations that there are rules including hate speech and derogatory comments. I don't feel that they're necessary to remind anybody tonight, but it is our standard practice to maintain civility, and I'm sure it will be adhered to tonight. The first delegation is Sarah Shafiq from the Coalition of Muslim Women to speak on National Day of Remembrance and Action Against Islamophobia. Sarah, welcome. Not unlike some of our award recipients, you are not new to this council, so I welcome you, and you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Honorable Chair, councillors, really pleased to meet you. 8 years ago today, 6 Muslim men were brutally murdered as they finished their evening prayers at the Islamic Cultural Center in Quebec City. Their names were Ibrahima Bari, Mamadou Bari, Khalid Belkacemi, Abu Bakr Thabiti, Abdul Karim Hassan, and Azzeddin Sufyan. These were fathers, husbands, friends, and valued members of their community. Their lives were taken in an act of hate, an act not just on themselves, but on the entire Muslim community. We know that hate crimes are message crimes. They're meant to instill fear, to send a signal that certain people do not belong. The Quebec City mosque shooting was not an isolated incident. Since that horrific night in 2017, Islamophobic hate has continued to claim lives in Canada. 4 more innocent Muslims were murdered in targeted hate attack, the highest number in any G7 country. So today, on the National Day of Remembrance and Action Against Islamophobia, we wear the green square as a symbol of our commitment to never forget the victims and to work tirelessly against hate. Thank you so much for wearing this green square. This is not just about individual acts of violence. It's about countering the bias narratives from mainstream media, the historical roots of anti-Muslim hate, engendered Islamophobic policies of Bill 21, and the systemic discrimination that allows Islamophobia to persist. Action against Islamophobia is a collective responsibility. We must continue to educate, advocate, and stand in solidarity with one another. We must demand policies that protect marginalized communities and work towards a future where no one has to fear for their life because of their faith. In after Afzal family murder, the region of Waterloo provided critical support to do upstream work in countering Islamophobia. We are deeply grateful for that investment as it allowed us to build a strong foundation for our anti-hate service. Even before the recent report highlighting Waterloo region as the highest rate of police-reported hate crimes, combating hate was a priority area in the region's safety and well-being plan. This forward-thinking approach has been invaluable. Now more than ever, upstream prevention work is essential. At CMW, we remain committed to this work through anti-Islamophobia training, bridge building initiatives, and public education. It takes collaboration, courage, and consistency to challenge and dismantle all forms of hate, and we are here for the long haul. I must take a moment to recognize and appreciate two incredible individuals. Fawzia Mazhar has been the guiding force behind all this work, shaping and strengthening our approach to combating hate. And Mariam Farouk, our anti-hate services coordinator, has taken on the specialized and complex work, providing exceptional support to victims of hate and discrimination. To give you a deeper understanding of our anti-hate service, my colleague Uzma now will share more about our work, the impact it has had on our community, and the challenges we face currently. Thank you.
Colleagues, shall we save questions after both delegations, or do you want to ask? Okay, I'll keep a speakers list. So Uzma, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Chair, councillors and members of the region of Waterloo. And thank you, Sarah, for mentioning about hate and how it impacts. But thank you today for giving me the opportunity to speak today about the critical anti-hate service program, the first of its kind in the Waterloo region, providing essential support and reporting of those affected by hate and discrimination. Under this program, we connect victims of hate with essential services such as police, housing managers, school staff, and healthcare professionals. We also provide direct support like counseling and legal help, as well as education on recognizing and reporting hate. With that, we also provide anonymous reporting and language interpretation for accessibility. We offer diverse channels, including WhatsApp, and collect reports through community partners. Our outreach ensures accessibility, and since the launch, we have organically become the top search hate reporting online service. In June 2024, our third annual Snapshot of Hate report analyzed 115 cases from 2023, and that is a 26% increase from the previous year. 43 individuals sought further support, highlighting the urgent need of this service. These are definitely the rising concerns. And that is not just about the numbers. This is about real people in our community who are appreciating our services. One of the clients I would like to say that mentioned while receiving the service, saying, "I am so grateful for the support and advice you gave me. I wish I had contacted you earlier. Your services are invaluable to people like myself." Another client, after receiving the services, said, "A racialized family facing harassment over their pet cat turned to us after their neighbor stole a cat. With our advocacy and language support, the case was resolved in 2 days, and the family was grateful for our help." That is another form of hate. We also helped a mother facing an ongoing harassment from a neighbor's child, which included vandalism, racist abuse, and physical assaults. Through collaboration with the police, Family and Children's Services, and the Neighborhood Association, we restored security for the family, allowing her children to play outside without any fear. These are just few examples of the real harm that the hate can bring. The real impact of the work that has shown in CMWs, but we see that hate is rising, and we all see it in the communities, on social media, and beyond. The data speaks itself. I come here in front of you today to request for this pressing concern that our program, anti-hate service, like Sarah said, and the coordinator's position is at a risk. And this lifeline cannot continue for many as we stand at the risk of shutting down due to our zero funding. This means without our program and the coordinator, hate incidents will go unreported and community will become more vulnerable. Victims will have nowhere to turn for support, further isolating the marginalized communities. Waterloo region will for sure see a weakened response to hate, undermining the safety and well-being of its residents. Thank you, and I will welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Uzma. We have some questions, so I don't know. Colleagues, you can decide to whom you're going to address them, to either Sarah or Uzma. Councillor Hunick, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Edmund. I just wanted to thank both Sarah and Uzma for coming today on the National Day of Remembrance. I know that cannot be easy, and I know there's more to being in solidarity with you than wearing a green square, but we wear those today because hate speech, hate crimes, whether motivated by faith or any other factor, are never okay. So thanks for the upstream work that you do.
Thank you.
Councillor Ravanovich.
Thank you very much. And I too really just want to express our thanks to both of you for coming in this evening, for the great work that the coalition has been doing for many years overall. And the important work that you've been doing with respect to the reporting of hate crimes. I think, some folks question the value of it, and there's without question it's important that we speak to this, because these are realities that are existing in our community, and the only way we start to address them is by actually being able to quantify them, and then being able to figure out how, as a community, we can address them and ensure that we get to a point where we can live in a world where there is no space for Islamophobia or for any kind of hatred in our communities. In terms of the ongoing program funding that you're looking for, do you receive federal or provincial money towards any of this work, or any support through other community agencies, other than municipalities, that might be able to assist or have assisted in the past?
If I may, the initial funding was provided by the province. When we started the anti-hate service, that's when the province gave us sort of the seed money to launch the service. And then later on, region has been supported. We've been really proud of this, our region taking on the ownership and providing us with the support. For this specific anti-hate service, this has been supported by the region, but at the municipality level. Some of our other programs are supported by other foundations and grants and all, but not this specific service. So this has been a baby of our municipality.
Okay, thank you.
And this means definitely that we are short of funding, and the position of the coordinator is about to end in March, and the need that we have seen is tremendous. And as what Sarah is saying, that other programs may have funding, and yes, we do have funding from upstream, but those are also short-term projects. For example, Global is Local is a project that we are running. It is also one part of the hate and educating the community, as well as family hate project we have. But particularly for AHS, anti-hate services, we really need some support.
Okay, thank
and
you.
we will, if I may add, sorry, we are reaching out to other foundations and local foundations as well to provide that, especially gap funding. If the funding ended in December, and then we are expecting some funding to begin, there's no guarantee, but we have high hopes that we will receive some funds in summer. So this gap between January to summer, maybe June or so, this is what, we are really struggling with, and we are hoping that there's some creative way that this gap is either, like in an ideal world, it would be lovely to even have the municipalities and the two tiers maybe collaborate and pitch in some money, and maybe that's an idea that could be considered. I'm not sure about the technicalities, but we would really appreciate if that could be considered.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming today and speaking to us, especially on this day. I know this work can be very exhausting and taxing. I just have two questions. Currently, how many staff do you have? How big is your team?
Oh, we just have one full-time coordinator. Till December, she was full-time, and now we've had to reduce her hours to part-time. So just primarily that one staff member, and then obviously the admin support that we are providing. And really, we are doing a lot of work with that, such a small team. I know University of Waterloo, for example, they have a number of staff doing the same sort of reporting and support work. So it is very efficient, if I may say. But yeah, that's currently, it's a one full-time staff, which is employed, and then some additional costs. We have some costs for our website management as well, and administrative cost and promotion costs associated, but largely it is staff is the main.
Okay, and so you're asking for funding. What would be the amount of funding you'd need to support this position?
So for 1 year, we can let you know the exact budget and the details, but approximately, including those sort of other extra costs, it's about 120,000. But that is sort of, if we have really, extensive sort of leverage, if we can probably cut it down as well. And then if it's for 6 months, it would be reduced to half as well. So if you could
Okay, that's all. Thank you so much for coming in, especially in a time right now when there is a lot of pushback to really do this work that you are doing. I think it's a benefit to everybody, and thank you again.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you. And we did acknowledge this is the day of remembrance of the mosque shooting earlier when we started before our close. So thank you very much for coming in and reminding all of us.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I now need a motion to approve the minutes of previous meetings. It's items 9.1 to 9.13 on the agenda. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your e-scribe to vote. That is carried, colleagues. Thank you. The next agenda item is communications. We have received 10.1, which is the package. We received that electronically. And 10.2 is correspondence from Steve Benzler, and that's concerns regarding speed limit changes and speed cameras on Lobsinger Line. Councillor Shantz.
Can I just speak to that for a moment? Lobsinger Line has a speed limit right now that shows 80 kilometers per hour for a very short period of time, dropping to 60, dropping to 40 in a school zone, going back up to 60, back up to 80. And it was my understanding that if we were going to do the school zones there, we would have 60 from the corner of Lobsinger and King, and then just make the change at the school and forward on from that. So I wonder if I could ask Commissioner Spooner to look into that.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the question, and to Mr. Benzler for his feedback. I think as we think about growing this program and relaunching it on Monday, February 3rd, next week, it's going to be a challenge for the community. It represents a change in something we do every day, driving. and something that we often do automatically, which is a bit of the point. What this program has done from the first council motion to now is really focus on slowing people down in school zones and in community safety zones. So what we will do in response to the very specific question is we'll have my team work with township staff to revisit, understanding that the double step down is the piece that is causing some challenge. So happy to revisit. I think as we go through this program, we're going to have many instances as we implement upwards of 60 cameras this year and on through the years. We'll welcome this feedback and make sure that we're reactive so that we're not introducing new problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Moving on, I would now entertain a motion to go into committee of the whole to consider reports. If I got to have a mover, moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Please use your e-scribe and you're voting that council go into committee of the whole to consider reports. Colleagues, that is carried. The first report are finance reports, and this is item 12.1.1 to 12.1.3. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor James. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next report is Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee Summary, January the 14th, 2025. If I could have a mover. Councillor James, Councillor Erb, please use your e-scribe to vote. That is carried, colleagues. 12.2.2 is Community and Health Services Committee Summary, January 14th. There are no recommendations from this committee. We have a closed committee summary from January the 14th. If I give a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Wolf. All the animals are on this side, right? Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next report is 12.2.4, Administration and Finance Committee Summary, January 14th. If I could have a mover. Moved by Councillor Vrvanovich, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Oh, Councillor Vrbanovich, you were moving it, or you have that? You're moving it and have a question. Can you turn your mic on?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair Redmond. I'm prepared to move the motion, but I'd also like to move an amendment, and that the report actually for options for filing the vacancy actually come to special council on March the 4th instead of February the 11th. And I'm suggesting that because, as we know, we have one vacancy right now. There is a provincial election on February the 27th, and I think it's important that we actually have all of the information before we deal with this. So I'm moving it, and Councillor Harris has said he's prepared to second it.
So, Councillor Vrbanovich, we're not there right now?
What do you mean we're not there? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay, so you're still going to move it, and you can hold your question, okay?
Okay.
So therefore, we're going to open the vote. Please vote on Finance and Admin Committee from January the 14th.
Apologies.
That is carried, colleagues. 12.13 is the Board of Health update.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. I have 3 short items. First, a brief update about the winter illness season. So public health continues to manage respiratory and gastrointestinal outbreaks in long-term care homes, retirement homes, and congregate living settings in collaboration with community partners. Alongside the expected increase in respiratory outbreaks at this time of year, there has been an increase in the number of gastrointestinal outbreaks as well. This is consistent with the higher nationwide rates of norovirus, as recently reported by the Public Health Agency of Canada. Next, an update on our annual enforcement of the Immunization of School Pupils Act. So last week, Public Health sent 7,028 notices to parents of secondary school students that their child's immunization record is not up to date. This is the first notification, and parents will receive another notification in late March if their child's record is still not up to date. If the vaccine has been received but not reported, parents can report their immunization to public health. We continue to offer clinics for any student who received a notification letter. To book an appointment online or report immunizations, parents can visit our website or can call the Service First Call Center for support. And if parents have any questions about what is required or why they received a letter, they can call to speak with our records team or a public health nurse. And finally, from a disease monitoring perspective, although we don't have any cases locally at this time, today the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada issued a statement on measles and the risk to Canadians. The highlights are Canada is currently experiencing an increase in measles activity, with recent cases reported in Quebec and Ontario that are associated with ongoing outbreaks. While international travel was the initial source of these outbreaks, all the people with recent measles infections were exposed to the virus in Canada. The majority of measles cases reported in Canada occur among unvaccinated people, many of whom are children, and include infants under the age of 1 who are more vulnerable and have not yet had the opportunity to be vaccinated. So in closing, that is why we need to remain vigilant, and I recommend that we keep up to date with the recommended vaccinations. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. I see no questions. We're receiving this for information. Thank you very much. I looked around, Dr. Wong, and you weren't in your usual chair. I hope you're not doing remote because you're not well.
I'm recovering from a cold, so I'm trying to avoid infecting others.
Thank you for providing a good example for how we should all behave. Thank you, Dr. Wong. The next agenda item, I believe, is the one that Councillor Ivanovic wanted to address, which is a declaration of a vacant regional councillor Kitchener position. And this is 12.4, and we are going to consider a motion. This vacancy was created by the resignation, which we have received formally by Rob Deutschman, who was a councillor from Kitchener. It was dated January 29th, 2025, and Will, do you want to comment on this?
Well, I didn't know if Councillor Vrbanovich wanted to discuss his amendment right now or not, but essentially what the purpose of this was to bring to everyone's attention tonight that the seat is vacant for one councillor. And then if we bring back the report on February 11th, we'll actually outline some of the detailed options in terms of whether it's a by-election or an appointment and what that looks like. I think, well, I don't want to speak on behalf of Councillor Vrbanovich, so I'd rather have Councillor Vrbanovich talk about what his amendment was, and then we can speak to that.
Councillor Vrbanovich.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Redmond. And so having had gone through this once already this term, as a result of the vacancy that was created on Kitchener Council. I mean, Council, as we know, will have essentially 3 options available to it. One will be to appoint the next person or someone else on the list, to advertise and then appoint someone, or to go the route of a by-election. And and I think the direction we may end up going, and obviously that'll be a decision for council, may be different if we have 1 vacancy versus if we have 2 vacancies. And so I think it would be helpful for council to wait until we know the results of that election, and so that report can then come back. We have until the end of March, I believe it is, for us to actually make a decision, and then there's a number of dates that key in terms of dates to register and all that kind of stuff, if we were to go the route of a by-election. But certainly those other 2 options remain. And in fact, when the last time this happened, when Councillor Wetlaufer passed away, we actually appointed the next person on the list, and that was Councillor Clark, who was recognized earlier this evening. And so as such, I think it probably makes sense to hold off until March the 4th, and that's why I do agree that, the legislation is pretty clear. We need to declare it vacant, and that needs to happen tonight. But I think the other report would be most informative to council once we actually know the overall lay of the land.
So I'm just going to ask the clerk to speak to the timing. I know that you've put this forward as an amendment. It hasn't been seconded yet, but I think the timing...
It has, by Councillor Harris.
Okay, Councillor Harris is seconding. Okay, do you want to speak to the timing, Will?
Yeah, so what we were going to do is on February 11th call a special council meeting for council to approve our recommendation, or a recommendation, and the recommendations would be tailored in a way that they would wait, and the recommendation would be to wait until you see what the outcome of the provincial election is. There is some lead time that needs to be done with the area municipality when it comes to a by-election, if that was one of the options that council chose. So, ultimately, we're at your hands. We're just looking for a little bit more lead time to get some of this work started in advance of the actual provincial election. But again, if council wants to move it, it would just tighten the time frame on it a little bit for us at our end. But that's what we were looking at in terms of timing.
So, Councillor Vrbanovich, your amendment, which has now been seconded, would change February 11th to March 4th, are you saying?
That's right. That's the first committee day after the provincial election.
Okay.
So I think, that would give staff the opportunity to certainly write most of the report, and simply the only thing that would change is, do we in fact have a second vacancy as a result of the election results? If staff are saying that March 4th may be too soon to bring that forward, because we do have until the end of March, and then they're saying it's not too soon, I think that would work. I do know that in speaking with the City of Kitchener City Clerk, that they've already begun to do some of that work, and have also had conversations with the regional clerk as part of that process.
Okay, thank you. So speaking to the amendment, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I was going to ask our clerk, Will, to comment on, the ability for his team, ultimately to be prepared. I think he answered that well. I think that there's time there. Governments go to the I guess, lieutenant governor and call election and have to move pretty quickly. And I've got all the faith in the world of our regional clerk, and I'm sure the municipal clerk with Kitchener, because they'll have to be involved. That given the time we've now are in a provincial election, I think it's best that we see the outcome of that, as we may be dealing with multiple, and that could very well change this council's particular look as to how they handle that. So I will be supporting Councillor Vrbanovic's amendment, and
Councillor Hunick, speaking to the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Edmund. I think it's prudent to know the results of the provincial election before we go ahead with what to do with council, or the vacancies, I should say. However, I wonder if noting staff's concerns about the shrunken timeline that would offer, would it not be feasible? Could there be a happy medium with the report coming out on February, the initial date, having option A, option B, option A if we have 1 seat vacant, option B being if we have 2 seats vacant? I don't know if that creates less work or more work or helps the timeline at all, but I don't think the information of what the options of what we can do will change. I just think council's vote on the correct option could change. So theoretically, we could receive the information sooner rather than later and still make the decision appropriately. Is that?
Thank you, Councillor Hunick. I'm going to ask Will to weigh in. There was some strategic thinking around suggesting that the report come back on the earlier date.
Yeah, sorry, just one other piece to this is one of the options obviously would be the applicant route. If if regional council decided that that was the route that they wanted to go, the March 4th date would just shorten the amount of time for someone to apply to the position, that's all, in posting and in receiving applications and determining how you wanted to move forward. Agreed with everything you're saying in terms of the election. If it was the by-election route, everything would wait until after the election was called to figure out how many vacancies there would be. Again, it's just we were looking at a date to try and get things in place and to start doing the work in advance, and that's why we picked that date. But again, council's decision here is fine.
So, Councillor Hunick, that wasn't a direct response. I guess I would think that we have not had that date. We have not had the discussion. We have not seen the report. So choosing Plan A and Plan B sounds really complicated to me. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to find a solution, but I think we need to have that debate and decide as a council how we move forward. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I was a little confused. I might still be a little confused, so I'm going to ask the clerk, would you prefer the earlier date? I think I heard you say the earlier date works better from a logistics point of view, from your point of view, or it might, depending on where we go. Like I'm envisioning a report that does outline the options we have available, and then I think what I just heard you say is if in that discussion we decided we wanted to go the application route, then it would be prudent to get that started earlier. Is that?
Agreed. Yes. Yep. You're summarizing what I'm recommending. Yes.
Okay. Then I don't have a problem going that route. I think too, also when we discuss it on if it would be February 11th, then we come to the conclusion that we're not ready to decide, then we just defer it to March 4th. But we have the information in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just want to clarify to the clerk, if what is the actual timeline for former Councillor Deutschman's position if we were to do the send out for people to submit applications? What is the timeline that needs to be filled? Sorry, your mic's not on.
He's asking Tim.
Oh, okay, got it.
And Tim is now going to respond, Councillor.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So through the Chair, the Municipal Act says that as of tonight, when Council declares a seat vacant, there is, and my math here, I believe it's 60 days then to either appoint or pass a bylaw to hold a by-election. So by March 30th, which is actually a Sunday, Council needs to make one of those two decisions. So not the method of appointment, but the actual appointment needs to be made before that date.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. So if I understand it right, so on the 11th, you want to just put the information together for us to digest. No decision has to be made?
Okay, so the recommendation will be worded in a way, we're still writing the report. That's why tonight we were just making the declaration and then we're going to distribute the report after. But the wording in the report that we're trying to draft will give some leniency to the date of the actual provincial election so that you don't, any decision that you make on February 11th will not constrain you into only having one vacancy to deal with at a by-election, having to come back and revisit it. We'll word it and do it in a way so that the decision can be made and you can wait until the election result to determine what the decision with the by-election is going to be if that's the route that you go. Like we mentioned with the application process, it's a little bit more front-ended and there's a little bit more work. But if it is the will of council to wait until March 4th, we can bring it then. The timeline is all just constrained for that March 30th date with March 4th having the decision made. We would have to have a special council meeting on March 4th.
So why not do three possibilities? One is to take the next person in line, as we did with Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm.
The second is to do an application base, and the third is to run an election.
Sorry, under the application part, there's three possibilities. The last one being just appoint whoever council wants to appoint.
Okay.
So take the next person in this case, the fifth person on from the last election results, or to take applications in, or to just appoint someone that council wants to appoint.
Okay.
And then the other option being the by-election.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Ravanovich.
Yeah, so just to be clear, our requirement, if we make this declaration, if we declare it vacant tonight, which we're going to do, that would then give the region until March 30th to determine how to fill the vacancy. Yeah, we have 60 days.
Tim, do you want to clarify?
Yeah, sorry, to be clear, in the 60 days, the vacancy has to be filled by an appointment or a by-election called. So to be clear, on March 30th, if it's the will of council to fill it through an appointment, the individual has to be selected before that date, as opposed to by March 30th determining the process for the appointment.
Okay, that's different than the information I have. So anyway, I'm going to leave my motion on the floor. Okay. I do believe that we need to have the information, because I don't think on the 11th we can be, or whatever the date is.
February 11th is what you're amending to March 4th,
yes,
right?
Thank you. I don't believe on the 11th we're going to be in a situation to make this, well, if it's this, maybe this decision, and if it's that, maybe that decision. I think we need to clearly understand, like, this is an important issue that's still going to impact, representation for one or two spots in the city of Kitchener for the next 18 months, approximately. And I think we want to ensure that council has a full debate on it. We're even down, I think, 4 people this evening, and so I think we should, be looking at the full picture, as opposed to making a partial decision on the 11th.
So thank you. I have no further speakers, so we'll be voting on the amendment of changing February the 11th to March the 4th. I would have to say, Councillor Ravanovich, I am in total agreement with you that we do have to have that debate. That debate has to happen in public, which is why I will not support the amendment. I think the sooner we have that discussion, the more clarity we'll have to the public going forward, notwithstanding the fact that whatever occurs needs to happen after we have clarity on the election, the provincial elections. So it's been moved and seconded.
Just a point of order,
Councillor Schatz.
Is the original motion on the floor? We can't amend it unless it's...
Yes, you can.
We can't amend it unless it's been moved and seconded first.
I moved it first, and then I moved an amendment.
Okay, fine, thanks.
Okay, so we're now voting on the amendment of changing in the second half of the motion from February the 11th to March the 4th. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that amendment is carried, so we're now back to the main motion, which has been moved and seconded. So as amended, please use your e-scribe to vote. The amended motion will be up shortly. Councillor Hunick.
If we were to vote no on the motion, which is now amended, what would that even mean? Like, it's a...
Would it?
Like, what is the point of this vote?
Okay, so we do have to declare the seat vacant, and the amended motion now says that the report will come back on March 4th.
Okay, but nobody's going to vote again. Okay.
Does that provide clarity?
It's okay. I'll just go. Thank you. No.
Colleagues, that is carried. Thank you very much. Other matters under Committee of the Whole, a motion for the Committee of the Whole to rise and Council to resume. If I could have a mover and a second, moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Please use your e-scribe to vote that the Committee of the Whole rise and Council resume.
There you go.
Colleagues, that is carried. I would now entertain a motion to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. If I could have a mover and a moved by Councillor Schant, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Please use your e-scribe to vote that Council adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. Colleagues, that is carried. We have no notices of motion, no unfinished business. Other business, Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just had a discussion that led me right into this. I want to formally announce to Council, my colleagues in the community, that I am a candidate in the upcoming provincial election. I do believe that my career has enabled me to understand municipal government in the way that it operates and functions in the benefit to community. I want to speak to my colleagues for a second because a lot of you have mentored me for the past 18 years. You've seen me from an early EA in municipal government to go on to now be beside you all as we make decisions that impact this community every single day. You have helped shape my career and the drive to do better and to strive for better and to always have community at the forefront of everything that we do. I do believe that there are critical things that we are navigating here, and I'm taking and utilizing all of the mentorship, all of the experience, and hoping that we get that this community stays number one. I'm excited for the opportunity to amplify voices and promote the interests that strengthen all of our powers and influence. And I was elected to do this, and I will continue to fight to do this. My colleagues, I respect you. I respect all of you as much as we may disagree and we may vote differently. I wanted to be here in person to announce that I will be submitting leave for the next 25 days out of respect for all of you, out of respect for the community. As I said, I will fight for this community, and that is what I was elected to do and will continue to do. So for the next 29 days, the seat will be, I'll be absent from this as I campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor James. Any questions? Seeing none, I would now entertain a motion to enact the bylaws first, second, and third readings. Moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Erb. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor Nowak, are you in favor of the bylaws, first, second, and third reading? Thank you. Councillor Nowak, I would now entertain a motion to adjourn. Would you like to move it? Councillor Harris, would you like to second it? All those in favor, please use e-scribe to vote. Surprisingly, colleagues, that is carried. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening, and please float along the energy and the accomplishments of the people that we celebrated tonight, because there was a century of municipal contribution that should be celebrated.